From the field notes of Malavol Keenlit. The Lokan influence. I've been making a study of the effects of Red Mountain's eruption for so many years now that I cannot recall when it all started. For most of this time, I have focused my efforts on attempting to understand the effects of the particles on the body of those impacted. The effects are certainly magical in nature, but their properties seem to have both negative and positive influences, and I believe that in the vast majority of cases, these symptoms are profoundly non-magical in appearance. What I have determined is that the impact of the Lokan particles on mortals is determined by the chemical and psychological makeup of each person individually. It is true to say that the particles themselves do carry residual magics and, in high concentrations, have been found to have some stunning effects. However, these concentrations are rare, exposing most people to low levels of Lokan influence. At these low but continuous doses, the particles serve as a sort of psychological amplifier. Imagine a child lacking in parental guidance and exposed to the worst horrors humanity has to offer, who is then subject to a continuous infusion of ethereal mood amplifiers. The data supports this theory, and it exposes the alarming degree of antisocial and criminal behavior running rampant throughout the province of Skyrim. Torn with strife, war, strange magical happenings, this land is suffering from the equivalent of a plague of violence, and the contagion is in the soil, in the food, in the drinking water. It is even contained within the great, fluffy snowflakes that contribute to its natural beauty and for which this land is known. The changes to the province have taken a generation or two to come to light, as the transformation has been slow and nearly undetectable. What is normal for citizens now would have been considered apocalyptic by their ancestors. It is a tragedy that I fear can never be reversed. Despite the terrible toll the eruption of Red Mountain has exacted upon the people of Skyrim, there have also been some events that could only be described as miracles beyond imagining. These happenings are much harder to reconcile, but I feel that I am close to an entirely new understanding of the Lokan influence for good. I can only hope that through this understanding, we may find a way to tip the balance.
assist anytime.
What do you need, my Thane?
Graves, I need a favor. I don't do favors. Fine. A deal, then. Well, then, that's another matter. What can I do for you, my rustic friend? I need you to break into the Thalmor embassy. Kind's tits, that's a big task. You understand the place is crawling with Thalmor. I assume you were attempting ironic humor. Yes, I understand. Will you do it or not? This is gonna take some planning. The planning is done. You just need to do the job. I don't do other people's plans. There will be a party. You will have an invitation. It will be easy. I assume you are attempting ironic humor, Mr. Once Lost. I suggest you let me decide what is easy and what is not. Who came up with this easy plan of yours? Delphine. All right. She has a good head on her shoulders, I reckon. What exactly are we looking to do at this party? Steal documents. Documents on the dragons and any other writings that seem important. Of course. Walk into the embassy and stand around reading to determine what's important? Just take all of the documents from the office of their chief. You mean Ellenwyn? Fine. But I make no promises about the condition of said documents. I do not care, as long as they are readable. That is the point of documents, I'm told. On that point, we can agree. Very well. I'll do it. But I will be taking my payment in services rendered. I have no time for this. Well, you better make time, your dragonbornness. If I don't get my satisfaction, you get no documents. Am I being plain enough for you? Very well. What is your price? I need an unseemly crowd of thugs killed. I understand you and your crew are good at that sort of thing. Why? They are moving in on my business. It needs to end. Trying to get this place built. I don't need the extra aggravation. My mother and her boyfriend have taken it upon themselves to whisper foul lies about me into the ears of my workers. Now they won't show up. I gotta deal with this shit, and I do not have time to handle these greaseballs. When you're done with them, I want you to take care of the fella that's supplying them with skooma. The snowberry is hiding at Riften. How many greaseballs? Last I heard, had a crew about 20. It's at a broken-down fortress called Faldar's Tooth. We will kill these greaseballs, but not the dealer. Now you listen here. I will take care of your worker and boyfriend problem. What? I am a Thane. I will use my station to bring you a workforce from Whiterun. There are many unemployed in the city with the war on. I will send Lydia to be my words. I will send my brother to be my fist. A looming presence in Morthal, well in view of your mother and this boyfriend of hers. That will shut them up long enough for you to finish your construction. Leaving you and Theral to deal with the grease balls? 10-1. Those are fine odds. We killed dragons. 10-1 odds are fine. But these grease balls are high on skooma with trained pit hounds. I'll send Mr. Stacks with you. I ain't taking any chances. It is a deal. Shall we seal it in blood? No, that's not necessary. My word is my bond. I will get in touch with Delphine on the plan and negotiate the details with her. It's going to take some time, so you may want to entertain yourself. I hear there are some magnificent barrows southeast of Riften. I have some other business to the east, so I'll accompany you as far as Shorestone. I have not been to this Shorestone. Well, you are in for a treat. There is not a single place to get a decent drink, and the only woman in town isn't into men. Perhaps that is what she told you. Truly. Welcome, dear viewers, to CouchWarrior TV on YouTube. I am the CouchWarrior, and you are watching Barbarian. Barbarian. Yes. So, hopefully that was all well explained. Now, we got to do as instructed. We are going to set up our crew here. Now, Hoth is going back to Morthal to do a little bit of intimidation on the Jarl and her boyfriend.
I've killed just about everything that's walked or crawled or flown at one time or another.
So, what I can do with him is I can just part ways with him.
Now.
All right? So, we're just going to dismiss him.
Whatever you say.
The cool thing about that is the Hoth mod, the character, when you find him, is stationed in Morthal at the inn, so he's just going to go back there. Now we're going to dismiss Lydia. She's going to go back to Whiterun, of course, because that's where her base camp is. So we're going to send her on her way, and then we'll assemble the rest of our group here.
What do you need, my Thane?
All right. Let's see. Time for us
I'll
to
head
part
back home
ways.
if you need me.
Return to Whiterun. See if you can scare up some workers for Mr. Graves. Help him finish his little project. All right. Theral.
Need something?
Yes.
Yes?
All right.
Farewell.
I wonder what's going to happen if I use
Farewell.
tweak options. Let's do the tweak commands. All these people, I either told them to stop or relax. So let's see who's left. Follow. Those who are dismissed shouldn't. Last thing we need to do.
Need something? Aye.
Follow me, Stacks.
Let's not waste any time.
You look like a capable bastard. All right.
Let's
Now,
get going.
Mr. Stacks, he's got some armor. So let's go ahead and grab that. And we'll actually equip him. All right. So we just got some logistics here to work out. All right. There you go. That's better.
Let's go.
All right. So, just as a test, I'm going to head up the stairs here and see who comes along. That's the ultimate test, isn't it? See who actually follows me like they're supposed to. Okay, here comes Stax. All right, cool. All right, so this is our party for now. All right? I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of you for coming to check this out tonight. This is a bonus live stream for this week to celebrate the 6th anniversary of CouchWarrior TV. 6 years of storytelling with a few pauses, but not too many. So tonight, we are just going to invest some time in Barbarian. We'll be talking a little bit about roleplay. We'll be talking a little bit about the plan going forward with regard to the story. Any other little details that might be helpful for you to know. And I will certainly do my best, of course, to answer any questions I can in the chat, okay? I'm just kind of going through there. A whole bunch of happy anniversaries. Thank you, everybody. I see Strudel. I see Alan. I see Hippie Op. I see Jay Upiter. I see EJ Lowell. I see Albino Plays, Cat, Panic Monk. Well, there's a good crowd in here. The Wind, Hawkeye. Woo! All right. Requiem, the Eternal. A mighty warrior indeed. All right. So, thank you all for attending tonight. I really do appreciate it. All right, so on the agenda for tonight is we are going to make our way on foot
I've got your back.
with this group. Look at these two. Slacking off. Come on. What is this? Will you be chain smoking all the way to Shorestone? Apparently, yes. All right. So let's continue. Let's get started. Let's get this party started. All right. Thank you very much for the compliments. I do my best. Tonight is a little bit of a taste of the direction I would like to take these Let's Plays, live streams, stories, whatever you like to call them. You know, when you do these kinds of things, there's always something going on that is kind of holding you back from doing everything you'd like to do. For me right now, it's a combination of things. If I'm being honest, the hardware is getting a little bit long in the tooth. Time has probably come for me to set aside a little bit of money every so often to try and build up a little cushion for some new gear. But the audio gear, the streaming stuff, there are some limitations that I run into. I can't do things exactly the way I'd like to because I'm streaming from a Mac. There are some driver issues that don't allow me to do exactly what I'd like. But all that stuff kind of slowly changes over time. Chip away at it, I guess. That is an interesting theory, Requiem. I will not, of course, confirm or deny what's going to happen there. You'll have to wait until the next live stream because whatever it is probably going to happen in the next live stream. But that's one theory. There's one thing we know about Robard. He's got quite a few aces up his sleeve, so to speak. He could play any of them at any time. All right. This looks like a great place for a quick save. All right. Everybody with us still? It is still an ugly bunch, but not as ugly as it was before. Since my brothers left, anyway. So this whole thing is going to be a very, very interesting experiment in how I can weave these all together. For those of you who are paying attention to my various feeds on social media, today I released a timeline for this series. It is a timeline and a viewing guide. So if you're interested in finding out how this entire series sort of came together, I guess, you can find that out by taking a look at that timeline. It is on Twitter. It is on YouTube. It is on Discord. It is on Patreon. Basically what it is it shows you exactly all of the stories on CouchWarrior TV that are part of the Lorcon canon. All right? So if you go and you follow that guide, it'll show you which things are part of the canon, and it'll show you exactly the order to watch everything in to get kind of the full scoop on what's going on with the story and start from the beginning and make your way to the present. It also includes an item on there for a story that hasn't been created yet, but that is in the works and will come likely after Barbarian to tie everything up. By looking at that, you'll also be able to tell very quickly which characters are part of the Lorcon universe as well. It includes Marl and Vander and Twist and Idastog. There is some background information there on Robard as well, so if you want to learn more about Robard's backstory, there's a couple of bonus episodes you can watch. They're not part of the Lorcon canon, but they give you a sense for his personality and his background and all that kind of stuff. So it's all there if you want to check it out. I hope to actually post it to the website and provide a permanent link to it. And for those of you who are watching this as a recorded video, it should be down in the show notes. There should be a link to it by the time I publish this. All right. It is a long slog. Mr. Graves, how do you feel about fighting Imperials? Oh, I understand you can't. Oh, fine. I will not endanger your business by having you come along with me. This is a favor, after all. Oh, it is hard not to participate. I almost hoped someone would shoot me with an arrow so that I could take my vengeance. It is a fight for the fortress itself. At least we can watch. Ooh, they have a mage. Do not hit me. Sorry, can't get involved. Private citizens coming through. Ugh, it is hard to stay out of that fight. All right. So I started an hour earlier than I normally do. And I knew as I was leaving work that I was going to be pressed for time. So I'm like, okay, got to make this efficient. Got to make this work. Normally I start at 7. I give myself a whole extra hour for setup and to get some dinner and all that stuff. And of course, what happens tonight? I come home and I fire up my game system. Steam does an update. SKSE stops working and my game won't launch. So right before going live, I had to go through all the bullshit of rolling back my exe file. Behind you, spider! Watch the stacks. That is a huge shield. I like it. All right. Continue. Xatu is not part of the Lorcan universe. He is not... There was some discussion on Discord last night that the interesting thing about this whole thing, right, is that basically I'm kind of telling the stories of 4 characters all at once, plus some side characters like Theral and so forth. And it's possible that with the resolution of the situation with Idastog and Barbarian, that I could conceivably tie up the stories of all those characters at once, which is, I think in some cases will happen. Some of the characters will also live on. Some will probably retire forever at that point. But it also leaves the opportunity for me to do another series similar to this after the fact using other characters. And hopefully by then we'll have some other lands to travel through, as hopefully some additional mods have been released for Skyrim, and we'll be able to change things up a little bit. Xatu would definitely be among that group. Okan could be among that group. Sagramor could be among that group. So, I don't know. Now is not the time to think about that, however. Now is the time to focus on this character and the stories that are kind of swirling around him at the moment. Because in this timeline, he is our Dragonborn. Creatures about. Come on. Thank you. I find that archers are at their best when actually firing arrows. Where are its teeth? These would make an interesting necklace. Okay, off we go. So hopefully everybody is doing well. I am doing fine. I feel like I'm back, not in fighting shape, I would say, but, good enough to do live streaming now, which certainly makes me happy. I was missing it. Something fierce. I think for the remainder of the Lorcan saga, we will probably see episodes produced in this way as live streams with released recordings. Something to know about this method is that as soon as I'm done live streaming, usually I will go into the recording even while it's still processing and I will set it to private. And then I will go in and edit out all of the intro space. Having done that, I render it as a new video. And then I add all the necessary information along with a thumbnail. The YouTube rendering process is extraordinarily slow. That's why, you know, it takes me sometimes, 18 hours or something like that from live stream to published video. So you just got to be patient. The only other alternative would be me actually downloading the video locally, editing the thing locally, and uploading it again. That's not what I want to do. I'm trying to save time here, understanding that I have a limited amount of time in which to stream anyway. So that is kind of how things work. So once the live stream is over, it vanishes from the channel until the final video is rendered. That's kind of how it works. I was surprised at how long it takes, and how long it takes is determined somewhat by how many edits I have. If I just go in and cut off the front end, then it'll render faster. If I cut the front end and then I go into the middle and I cut out the break, looks like a deserter. Or more likely, right through the armor. Look at that. Which one of you shot me? Oh, yes. He killed an Imperial and stole it. Obviously. Look at this mismatched garbage. I'll take that. Good enough. All right. So this is an area that we've been around. We haven't spent a lot of time inside the city. In fact, we haven't at all, now that I think about it. We've only kind of gone by to use the bridge. We spent some time up in the wastelands of East March there. But once we get beyond that, we're going to be in new territory once again. The closest we've ever gotten to the Rift is actually, coming up the Rift Road headed towards Iverstad. So we're going to be hitting some more new territory for Idastag in this episode, which will be interesting. Hey, Idastag. You ever go to Windhelm? Strikes me that might be just the city for you. Why is that? I don't know. Feel like it's full of rustic types like yourself. What does this mean, rustic? What do you mean by that? Oh, tribal dress and all that. Why do you care? Oh, I don't care. I'm just saying. All right. Well, you dress in all black. It's odd. So there. This cart. Why am I so obsessed with it? Why do you not have a cart? Well, you do at the mine. Why do you not drive it? Is it slow? The soil is too rocky in Atmora to use carts well. Do you ever stay at that inn? The one with the cart? Oh. You mean the Carpathian? No, I do not stay there. I visit there from time to time. It seems the place is always full to the gills. I avoid it.
Speak.
Too crowded, you know. Ah, I see. It seems nice. Look it. A spirit animal. These fools don't see it, but I see it. That makes this perhaps a fortuitous place to pray. Hang on. Let us make a sacrifice. Mr. Graves will hate this, the throwing away of a gem for a god. Or the elder gods, anyway. The wolf. That is my totem today. And... do you hear it? It is a salute to the elder gods. Because of that, today will be a good day. You are welcome. So, one of the things that I think will be a hallmark of this series is the changing of followers. And you guys, I think, those of you who've watched the last few episodes are starting to get a sense now for how followers are being used in this series. This isn't like a typical Let's Play where somebody latches onto a follower and just sort of sticks with that follower. I decided to change it up a little bit. Ugh. And really just focus on using the followers, you know, for what they're good for. Building them into the story, so to speak. So having Hoth go to do an intimidation mission, having Lydia go to deliver a message, leaving certain followers behind when he is looking for privacy or an opportunity for spiritual contemplation, you know, things like that. The one follower who's really been a constant is Theral, which is interesting. He's become attached to Theral in some way that we can't really define yet. Look at this beast. Ah, you got a piece of me. It's a fine beast, though. Ah. Take the tooth. No, this isn't going to be like Fleet's crew necessarily. He's going to have some go-tos, I think. Obviously, his brothers and so forth, but this is really this is Idastog's spiritual journey. And there are going to be good portions of this journey that he's going to have to take by himself. But I like the idea of characters coming and going. It's a really good opportunity to... Whoa, very good. He is deadly with that axe. I appreciate your choice in weaponry. Although, my axe is bigger than your axe. Look at it, it's puny. All right. So anyway, it's a great opportunity to use these followers by bringing them on, dismissing them, taking them on for certain periods of time, and then releasing them as sort of glue to hold the story together and to tie aspects of the story together also. I have to give an honorable mention to the panicked monk who sat on the phone with me one night last weekend, and we kind of discussed this whole concept and what we thought would work. What is this? I felt something when it died. Did you feel that? Strange. So, the followers actually have multiple roles then, right? They can add some much-needed color through interaction. They can help tie certain quests together, bringing continuity to the story. All those kinds of things. So they have a lot to offer, but that means that you kind of have to have a few of them sprinkled all over Skyrim and make sure you kind of know what they're all about, right? So if you're starting up your own story from scratch, that's one of the things you'll have to work out. You don't have to have followers that follow you every place you go all the time. You can have multiples, spread them around Skyrim and use them interchangeably and kind of tell a story for each of them, understand who each of them is. So the nice thing about Robard, of course, is that he's a criminal. He has access to a part of Skyrim that Idastog wouldn't normally. So when we bring him on as a follower, we expect that it makes sense from a story perspective that there are certain things that Idastog can do now with the help of this person. Get it. Blah, blah, blah. Now the archers are doing their thing. What is this? Marl, of course, has access to the Mage College, magical resources and stuff. So Marl can be a great character to take along if you need firepower, but he can also be the kind of character you can just go to visit if you need some information about something of a magical nature, which Idastog wouldn't have ready access to, right? So it gives you some options, right? And then because they're followers, you can place them wherever you need to. Yeah, not followers, but more like acquaintances. So in this particular case, we've got a couple of different things going on. We've got Robard, who is a business partner at this point, Theral, who's a friend, and then Stax, who'd probably be an associate at this point, right? So that's something that actually might be worth talking about in a podcast sometime, this idea of introducing followers, but introducing different relationships with each one. So
Animals are bandits inside, no doubt.
yes, no doubt. I'm curious. I see a cairn that makes me interested. is this? That is a bad omen. Write that down, Joe. Let's remember that one. These beams don't look safe. Books. Just about everything that you find in Skyrim, if you just shift your thinking a small amount, those assets can kind of transform themselves and become the basis for a story or a tool that you'll use in roleplay or something, right? For instance, pickaxes. I bet you could come up with a whole background story or basis for an adventure or series of adventures based on pickaxes. Who knows? We've come up with ideas. It reminds me of the dead horses theory, right? This idea that if you could come up with a story reason for each of the dead horses you find in Skyrim, and there aren't that many of them, that you could string together some kind of a really interesting narrative based on that. You know, we sometimes refer to it as the dead horses theory. But here we go. This will be a short battle with good archers on hand. Idastog's role here is defensive while the archers are doing their thing. Yes. So he is still somewhat reliant on archers to bring the dragons to the ground so he can deal with them. So while the archers are doing their thing, about all he can do is use his shouts to disrupt the dragon's attacks and keep his archers as safe as possible. So that's what he does. He is slowly building his inventory of shouts, but also building his tactics around what he has. Or a whisper. Witness. It is the only language I can actually read. Ironic. Ah, look at this. Look at that. Gauntlets. And a sapphire. Does anyone want a plucky-looking hat? Surely you, Mr. Graves, are used to the finer things. You could use a new hat, could you not? This one came down hard.
Still here.
A smelter. This was once a prosperous mining camp. Until dead dragons came to life. Or perhaps earlier than that. Ah. There we go. Ah. Ha! I got it. Resist fire. One has to wonder what this dragon accomplished in his previous life. This place is full of bad omens. We must go. Poor bastard.
Still here.
There is ebony here, Theron. We should make note of that. All right. Back to the road. That is right, Mr. Graves. Back to the road. You bet. You want to get to Shawstone, that's where you gotta go. Shawstone. Surely it is named for the god Shore. It is landlocked, after all. It feels strange to leave Shore behind after all these years. But it is for the best. We were not good for each other. Look at all the goats. I do love goats so very much. They are useful. They give milk and pelts, and they taste good. Beast! Run! I had it handled, smuggler. Why black? Am I following some kind of demented trail? Everywhere I go, there are signs of the woodland man. Thanks for stopping in, Alan. You have a great evening. We'll catch you later. Everyone say goodbye to the mighty warrior, Alan MacDonald. All right. Ah, this is your shore stone. No, it is not bustling, is it? You were right. All right, Mr.
Let's get going.
Graves. You may go about your business, and I shall go about mine. Thank you for allowing me the use of
I'm
your
heading
man's
home.
stacks. He seems worthy. Look. It is a spirit goose. Spirit goose? Why am I seeing geese? Ah, you must be the one woman in town. I imagine you're
Out of this.
busy.
Gods, another fight.
Mr. Graves
Good
gets on a
afternoon.
fight on the way out of town. Seems fitting.
Tidings.
There he goes.
Hey, watch what you're doing.
What is with your boss, anyway? What is with all the black?
Still here.
You are obviously not in charge. You do not have a beard.
Need something? Sorry. I hope you haven't arrived here looking for work in the mine.
No. What's wrong with your mine?
Sure, it's full of spiders. That's what's wrong with it. Almost killed Grogmar and me when they showed up. I'm worried that they'll come out of the mine looking for food soon. Then we're in even bigger trouble.
That is right, you are. Town guards?
Yeah, they're as useless as a fifth wheel on a wagon. Gave me some sort of line about keeping an eye out for enemy soldiers. What's the point in protecting this place if the mine's completely useless? Idiots.
All right. I'll clear it
Tell
out.
you what, keep to your word, and I'll line your pockets with as much as I can scrape up. I
You
don't
have a
want to be
deal.
responsible for sending you to your death. Be careful in
Death.
the mine.
You send me to glory, man. Glory. Need to see these spiders.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort.
Ah, look it. Barrow? Good. Very good. Ah. There are more. Can you get a shot from up there? Come on, girl, you can do it. Nice. Oh, nice. This vapor. They are disgusting. Come. We must continue. Stax, you must show me the way to this. What is it? Faldar's Tooth? Faldar's Tooth, right? It is the place of the assholes. I mean, greaseballs. That's what it was. Greaseballs, he said.
I've got your back.
Let's collect our gold. I don't like his attitude.
The spiders put you through the ringer?
I cleared them out.
Gone? Every one of them?
Yes.
Why, that's incredible. Finally, we can reopen the mine and put Shore's stone back on the map. Here, please accept this gift as a token of our gratitude.
That is
Don't
very
kid yourself.
generous.
Stone runs in our blood.
Okay. Feral.
Right.
Don't
I've got
cause
your
a
back.
scene. Come on, act natural.
Help!
Quickly, we must go.
Another fight.
Who is it now? Oh. Come, quickly, before he changes his mind. Faldar's Tooth. Mr. Stax, up over this mountain. Shall we go? Europe. All right, off we go. Question why he is not Stax One Eye. That is how he would have been named in my tribe. Stax One Eye. Strange customs. Modern Nords. All right, we're going to get to the top. And then we're going to create a quick save before we attack the fortress. That is not it, is it? 2 tents and a cliff. Well, look at that. All right, let us level up, shall we? May as well. All right. Now, at this point, still going into health. We don't have a ton of different things we're investing in at the moment. Block one-handed. I think what we're going to do is let's go over here and take a look at speech real quick. Speech is a fun one because this is one where we're going to be able to invest in some perks that'll help us with shouts over time. But speech goes up kind of slow. So, get our followers leveled up there. So, let's invest in a combat skill. Let's see what's up in one-handed. Okay, we could do another level of mangle. Attacks with the war axe ignore 50% of armor if the target is staggered, which is not a bad deal. Go for the throat. Standing power attacks with a war axe remove all active instances of Wolf's Tooth on the user, dealing 50% bonus damage and a critical strike for 250% bonus critical damage for each instance consumed. Wolf's Tooth. I assume that is a perk from another area, maybe? What's beyond it? Apex Predator. Attacks with war axes deal bonus damage to living targets equal to 4% of their current health. Let's go for the throat. And I think the next time around, that'll be a good opportunity to invest in Mangle. I'm going to quick save here. Now it looks like we're going to get some weather just in time for our attack. The weather is fair in the rift. I like it. I'm almost hot. You know these grease balls, Mr. Stack? Have you got, I don't know, thoughts on strategy? Yup. Well, what are they? Go in the front door. Could do that. Front door. All right. It is not much of a guerrilla style attack. Oh, look who it is. You best move on.
Come back
Oh,
here.
he's pissed now.
There you are.
Come on.
That's it. That's all you've got.
Looks like Mr. Graves is going to join us. I wonder why he was here. Just passing through?
Take me.
Done. Come on.
Tear you to pieces.
Feral.
I'm on your side.
Yeah. Why are you fighting in a trapped area? Come on, idiots. You.
I didn't
There.
know this stuff.
Open this
I'm right
gate.
behind you.
I need you
All right, what is it? What do you need?
to open this gate.
Can't do that.
Why not? Come on. We need to find another way in. Now they're alerted that we're here, and we'll fly in.
Anything else?
Oh, see a robard. Now he leaves. Just when the attack is beginning. Here. Let's try this way. Ah. Come on. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That is it. Ah, there is the enemy. Come on, let's take the gold. This key. All right, let's check our unrelenting force. Make sure that that
Prepare
is.
to die.
He runs. Come, greaseball. He is fleeing. What is going on here?
It's nothing.
All right, enough of this. Need to let in my comrades. Here. There. Come out. Will this key open it? Oh, it does. Look at that. Ah, this one I can bash. There is something wrong with that man's mind. Let me make sure the walls are clear. Farrell, I've opened the gate for you. What are you doing? Oh, he ran out. Go around, Farrell. Ah, Mr. Stacks dispatched that one. Come, I will show you. Now, this is the kind of crap, of course, that if I'm recording, I can try this attack 10 different ways and take the best option. But when you're doing it live, you never know what the hell's going to happen. So we improvise, we take it as we come, and that's what makes this so interesting, because it turns into an exercise in figuring out, I don't know why it does that. And down. In figuring out how to just deal with weird random things that the game throws at you. All right. And do it on the fly. Is anyone up here? No, it's empty. Absorbs stamina based on level. What is this book? Cannot reach it. Boots of Fate. I will take those. Look at this axe. It's monstrous. Well, that was nowhere near 20, so we must go inside. All right, getting inside, that should pull our team back together.
I've got your back.
So, the initial part of the fight, I can only assume that our presence caused bandits to jump down into the courtyard, and that's why there was a fight in there. Normally.
I'll kill you where you stand.
Be careful.
I'm going to enjoy this.
We do not wish to fight a battle on two fronts. Let's leave that one closed.
You can't hide from me. That your best, huh?
Careful. Ah, here is some of that skooma that Mr. Graves was talking about. We will take this for him. Mr. Stacks.
Let's get going.
All right, we are going to give Mr. Stacks the skooma
Lead on then.
Is someone there?
Time to end this little game.
Oh, I can't move any faster than this right now because I've sustained some kind of an injury. Let's take an inventory and see what's going on here. It's got to be. It's either that or a poison, or I'm encumbered. That could be too. Oh, I am encumbered by a pound. Well, let's eat. Take care of that. Wow, I got a lot of kills in that battle despite the fact I was encumbered through the whole thing. I thought I had some kind of an injury. Like last time I had a chest injury and a head injury that slowed me down a lot, but then I noticed that, hey, you know, I still seem to have full stamina. So let's gather up some loot here, and then we're going to dump a bunch of stuff off on Theral. And she can share the load with us, because at this point we're hitting our maximum capacity.
Still here.
We need to start selling some crap is what we need to do. Okay. Let's take a look at anything extra we have here. Okay. Oh, this thing. I don't know why I still have that. Remember we tried it on?
You lead, I'll follow.
That I will get rid of. Let's take that ring. And we will put this helmet in the troll's inventory.
Still here.
All right. That's good. All right. Ah. Gold. I wish to take the gold. All right. Continue. Missed. Come. You hear them. Oh, shit. Oh, that hurt.
I'm going to enjoy my
All right, this is going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly. They are all bunched up here. There we go. There's the ugliness.
time to end it. I'm right behind you.
All right. Let's get out of the way of those rocks.
What was that? There's someone there.
All right. Now here,
Still here.
let's offload this extra weight now so we don't have to contend with it later. Okay. All right. That ought to take care of us for a little while. Oh, dead.
I can take you.
I don't know where Mr. Stacks is. Hopefully he'll show up sooner or later. I'm going to try not to worry about it too much. He's doing his own thing, so... My guess is he may have some kind of agenda or bone to pick with this group, too. They are a group of rival thugs, after all. Although having him along is helpful
What was that?
because of the giant axe and everything.
What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do?
Try it.
All right, we got to dispatch this lady. Okay. Farrell's got her.
Enough of this.
Okay, another one down. Fuck. I need Stacks back.
I can take you. Scratch. What was that?
You picked a bad time. Where are you?
What the hell? What is going on?
Hey,
My blocks weren't working. Don't like it. Let's start at this quick save. Feel like something's glitching or whatever. I don't know. I threw a bunch of blocks that didn't land. I kind of want to know why. So we'll try it again. I feel like I need to loot this area. All right. Let's try it again. All right, there's two. You can hear the troll coming. Ugh. That mage. Mage. All right, let's see what we got. First of all, we got to heal. Gonna get some stamina back. We'll regen, speed things up a little bit. Warrior sounds like fun. We can use the resist magic too. Holy shit. Didn't matter a lick. I'm assuming by choke point you're talking about the first time I died and was floating around. I assume that's the choke point you're talking about. I feel like I made an effort to use the choke point, but it was foiled by the fact that there were 3 two-handed warriors, 2 swords and an axe. Okay. Okay. I'm going to draw these guys in because we know the mage is on their heels, right? Oh, this freaking mage is here. Yeah, God. Look at him. He's feeling the power. I don't know how long it lasts, so let's try to take advantage of it if we can. We run into another scrum here. That's All right. All right, I got to get the group together here. Okay, now. I feel like to have a shot here. I mean, Idastog can take a few shots if he keeps the shield up. But with 3 two-handed warriors in there, all of them have perks that cut through my shield. So I got to get in the room as fast as I can so that my teammates can get inside behind me. If I try to fight them myself in the doorway, it's going to be screwed up. So I got to get in. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, there's one of those guys. God damn it. Stunned. All right. Come on, Stacks. I just put the shield up and held that sucker up. Ugh, that was ugly. That was ugly. All right. Damn. Let's take a breather here. We need to search for a key. Maybe there's a key to get in there, huh? I don't think the key I have opens it. Maybe. No. And I'm not going to be able to bash that lock open.
I've got your back.
Theryl's not going to be able to pick it. So we'll start by searching all these pukes. See if anybody has it. Okay, nobody there. All right. We'll have to go the rest of the way through here. See if we can come up with a key. I don't know if we can or not. I mean, I really don't know if this fortress actually has a key in it. So we'll have to see. So let's continue. A little quick save now. Yes, you are right. Mages are tough. Mages and archers can be really bad. That's where the charging power attack is so handy. And if you've got a shout, I love using even just a single foos to break things up a little bit. Sometimes that helps. Look at this. All the bad guys in this fortress were bunched up. Ow. Didn't even see that. This goes out, right? Yeah. All right. Well, let's go back and check, see if there's any way at all we can get in that locked room. Feels like there should be a key, but
Still here. Still here.
see if Thera will open an
All right,
apprentice
what
level
is it?
lock.
What do you mean? Can't do that.
No.
Sorry.
Really?
Anything else?
This one's adept. Think I can get this one? Sorry, beast. We must at least give them a fighting chance. If we release them and they attack, then that is what they get. But if they run off, then we can let them go. What's with this one? I can't even. Everything's master. Well, I didn't see keys on anyone else, so... He's in there. Chest. We will wait. Hang on. Hang on. Open. There it is. And a shitty hammer. Sorry about that. That is one of the issues, right? Like, I knew going into this, when I decided that I was going to use lock bashing, that there were going to be times when there was going to be loot I just couldn't get at. Oh, and this is one of those times because there is a lot of loot in here. But we end up foregoing said loot because we cannot get in there. That is what will happen. All right, so let's retrace our steps here. We will double check and make sure we've looked at all those other bodies, all right? One of the things that I am thinking is... there should be a bandit chief. Usually in this fortress, he's outside. He's at the top of the tower. But I did not see him there, which makes me wonder if the bandit chief came down and got killed in the courtyard. And so it's possible the bandit chief could have a key. Certainly worth checking. So we'll go back and check that too, just to be sure. All right, I got this stuff, right? Got all the potions from the shitter. Gotta get those. Wow, these bodies are gone already. All right, so we searched all the bodies inside with the exception of 2 bodies that were here at the beginning that are just gone already, but I don't think they would have had a key. So we'll go out and check the ones in the courtyard. If we find any keys on them, we may venture to come back in and see about that lock, but other than that, I think we're pretty much done here.
Your back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Theral has your back. I don't know how you feel about that. I feel pretty good. Bandit Chief right here. He's got plenty of gold, but he doesn't have anything else. So we are definitely SOL getting in there. Kind of makes me wonder if Robard would have been able to pick that lock. I'm thinking he might have had a shot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are going to do. We are going to take a short break, and then we are going to head towards the southeast of Riften, where Sagramore has been told there are some barrows that he might want to explore. Prior to doing that, we are going to be dismissing Stax, who will go back to the mine because he has helped us finish accomplishing the task we set out to do, which was to rid this area of the bandits in Faldar's Tooth. That was the arrangement we made with Mr. Graves. So the deal is done. All right. So stick around. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
We've stopped. What is it? I'm heading home, if you need me.
Still here.
All right. So, we're going to head southeast. Now, to the southeast, there's a couple barrows, I think. At least one dragon roost that I can think of. So, right now, we have done what was required of us by Graves. We've done that. Spirit goat. chest injury inflicted. So, we've done what's expected of us. However, Robard obviously needs time to do what he's got to do. So, the rest of this is kind of like Idastog on holiday. We get a little free roaming time. So I think that what we're going to do is explore. And with the idea, you know, that he would be interested specifically in barrows, that's not a stretch. We know that. So I think he would want to check those things out. And one of the things that Idastog is very interested in is understanding more about what is it about Skyrim that made the dragon priests who came here basically go crazy. Because the dragon priests of Atmora were respected. So that is one of the things that he is interested in, and that is kind of an objective that makes him interested in collecting the dragon masks. I've not had a character in a long time who had any interest in finding the dragon masks. In fact, I've never had a character who collected all of them, just because most often, in order to collect all of the dragon masks, you've got to have a character who's basically willing to do everything. Willing to be a warrior, willing to be the best mage, willing to be the listener, willing to be, you know, all these different things, which doesn't really work in my model for roleplay in Skyrim. However, it's possible. It's possible given the way that I'm fitting this story together, that Idastog could achieve this through the help of other characters. He is certainly a plenty handy troll slayer. But what is she agitated about? Oh.
That's all you got.
Oh. Come on. Come on. Smithing. Anyway, you never know, right? And I think that is another thing that makes a discussion of followers a really awesome idea. Because I'm basically using followers as a vehicle for doing a lot of different things that maybe this character wouldn't normally be concerned about. Come, Thurl. Let us explore here. So, anyway. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen. It makes a great case for having multiple followers who come and go from the story. Because if you're saying to yourself, well, my character's a warrior, I can't see him ever doing the Mage College questline. Well, maybe he doesn't do the Mage College questline. Maybe you've got a follower who's technically doing the Mage College questline. And your character is assisting. You know? Something to consider. Could allow you to have more experiences, get more mileage out of a character. Who knows? Oh. It's a dragon. Look at it. We must get a look now while it still has its skin on. Okay. All right, let's make sure we've got ourselves hotkeyed. Now is we got to put Thurl to work. She's got to help us get this son of a bitch to the ground. So we are going to wave our arms around. Hey, dragon! Ha ha ha! All right, now we're on defense. Well, she's on offense, so we got to keep our eyes on the prize. Whoa. Strafing flame attacks are going to be the worst. There we go. Look at, she's pecking away at it. Ah. Come. We need him to pause. We need him to get overconfident. He's dive bombing us big time. Whoa. Another. Good job. How many is that now, Thurl? How many? How many dragons? All right. Let's give it a search. Gold's good. Not going to take any more dragon bones or anything like that for now. The wall speaks. Meager are the gifts of this dragon. Look, Thurl, there is the barrow. We will tackle it in the morning. What say you? Yes, I agree. I am tired as well. All right, let's set up some camp. See what we can do here. First, See about harvesting some wood. No trees nearby to harvest from. I got to go down the way. Let's do it. We haven't set up a decent camp in a while. Let's make it happen. This is a nice defensible spot with a great overlook of the place that we're going to be raiding in the morning. So it seems like a good spot. I just need to make sure I have enough wood for at least a small campfire. That would be great. All right, chop dead wood. Yes. The wind points out that an enchantment for lowering shout cooldown would be really nice. What's cool is right now I have a perk that helps us with our speech skill every time we use our shouts, which is pretty awesome. So over the course of time, we are going to be naturally dropping our cooldown through advancement. I think both in speech skill and then by, achievements that we can earn through various means using Thunderchild. So that'll be cool. The other thing is that I know that items with shout-related enchantments on them are available in the world. It might be interesting to see what we run across. And depending on what it is, we can either use it or we can disenchant it and put the enchantment on something. Oh, it's gorgeous. All right. Lydia has the tent. Matters not. Barrow.
Still here.
Firewood. Okay. She got the dead wood.
You lead, I'll follow.
Okay. Let's build a fire. Right there. That looks fantastic. Place it. Use it.
I'm right behind you.
All right, add some wood shavings. And let us strike a fire. I don't know, maybe I wonder if Theral has a tent on her. I'd have to check that out.
I've got your back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Fit Pasito to the chat and
I've
watch
got your back.
as the individual gets banned. All right. Haven't been using campfire a lot, so I haven't really advanced that too much.
I've got your back.
All right, let's cook this beef.
Still
Ooh,
here.
we could make a roaring fire. Nah,
I've got your back.
I know you do, Farrell. I know we keep talking about this over and over. Okay. Checking to see. I don't think she has a tent. I'm pretty sure she has every supply but that.
Let's get going.
That's
then.
okay. Can't really rest. And he's not going to go into Riften. Doesn't want to do that. So we're going to stay away from that. Guess it was a small fire good enough for cooking, but not for rest. So let's get something to eat. Duh. Some grilled chicken. A little water. And we're running out of bread. All right. Let's put it out. I'm not going to tear it down completely, though. All right, let's go. So the last couple episodes, I feel like we've done a pretty darn good inventory of just where Idastog is at in terms of role play. It's something that comes up in just about every episode. There are some episodes where I'm going to devote a lot more time to discussing it, especially if something momentous is happening. Well, a lot momentous has already happened to this character. What are you doing out here, cat? It's dangerous. Fly away. That was a stealthy bear, was it not? Stealthy. Come, Farrell, I think this is the trail. I am excited. So, of course, there's the dragon stuff. Being able to read the dragon language. In a way, you think about it, it may give him some sense of almost false hope. That maybe he's gonna... that he's gonna be able to somehow transcribe all of this information himself. It sort of gives the impression that he's somehow learning to read, but what he has discovered is that he only seems to be able to read the dragon language and not the common tongues. Wow. 174% favor. with the elder gods. This is good. About a sacrifice for good measure. This time we're going to go bear, which is defensive. All right, and while we're at it, let's do a quick review of where we are with some of our shouts here. Unrelenting Force. Earthquake is one that we said we might use. Or a Whisper. Become Ethereal. Dismay. Elemental Fury. Kind's Peace. Frost Breath. Whirlwind Sprint. I think we'll use that once in a while, but primarily I think for now anyway, we're going to use things that will benefit us directly in combat. I think Earthquake and Unrelenting Force will do that. So he finds himself drawn to the barrows because of their history and because of their connection with the dragon priests of Skyrim, whom he refers to as the Betrayers. This should be an interesting dungeon crawl.
Is that one of the old ruins?
Yes. The one I was speaking about from across the valley.
Still here.
Yes. Come. Let's see what the old ones have to offer. An Imperial. What is he doing
I'm right
here?
behind you.
You there. As an officer of the Imperial Legion, I require your assistance to complete my mission.
What mission?
The General has sent me to obtain a powerful weapon for the war effort. This was the last great bastion of the Dragon Cult, and their leader's mask was reported to be quite powerful.
What can you tell me about this
It
place?
seems that after the strength of the cult was broken in the Dragon War, a last contingent came here to create a stronghold and regroup. King Harold's forces crushed stragglers here during the First Era, and it has been haunted ever since. But the specifics of the siege are unclear.
I do not help
Very
you.
good. The research I've done seems to indicate that Scorm Snowstrider left
I
part
help
of his
my
journal
people.
here after laying siege. I believe it should indicate how to
there's
enter
the
the
wall
blocked
up
off
there.
sections of the stronghold. I should warn you, Forelhost is quite haunted, but I'm sure you can handle it. Return to me here once you've obtained the mask.
This man's dirty Imperial fingers will never touch the mask.
I've got your back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, strap in because here we go. All right, I am going to leave Unrelenting Force equipped for now. We got traps, we got ghosts, we got lots of hard stuff in here.
I've got a back.
Look at this. Feral. Look at this. Listen. Indulge me for a moment, would you? All right. Let us see what we have. Armor, boots, gauntlets. Oh, yes. This pleases me greatly. What do you think? Look at it. It's magnificent,
I've
yes.
got your back.
Ah, you are stuffy woman. Yes, it is
behind you.
not as, I don't know. Up to date is my modern armor is, but this is impressive. Ah, there it is. Ugh. Oh, I like it. Ah, this is empty. Check them. Oh, there is more. How can you not want to wear this? Look at it. Ugh. How can you be so stoic all the time?
I'm right behind you.
I am excited. I worry about traps, you see. Ah, here. Can't get a good look at it. Ah, fair. Can you open it? I am frustrated.
I've got your back. All right, what is it?
All right.
What
Let
do you
us
need?
see if you can open it.
Okay, got it.
Did you open it?
Okay, got it. Anything else?
Did you open it? What did you do? You did not open it. Oh, come on.
Still here.
There's loot in there. I just know it. Damn it. All right, forget it. Yeah. Oh, look it. Dead soldiers. I suppose I should be practical. All right. But I'm keeping the helmet. Wait a minute. What if I did this? Look it. Well, that worked. That worked very well. Okay. Are you ready? I feel like this is going to get ugly. Do you hear it? Let's try again. Ah! There we go. All right, what do you say? So, we're going to turn up the music just a tad. Okay. Now, because this is a barrow, we should probably turn up the reverb a little bit too. Theral. Theral, can you hear me? Ah. Okay. Come. Now, it feels like a dungeon, does it not? Yes, it does. Oh. I hear them. Oh, ooh. Good block. Drop him. Well done. They all bear this incredible armor. We must remember this place. I would guess very few have this armor anymore. Look at what has happened here. They have committed suicide. Why? Why would they do this? Makes no sense. He said it was a siege, right? Yes. Perhaps they chose their own way out.
I've had enough of you.
Everybody, welcome the mighty warrior packet. Ah ha ha ha. Yes, packets of whoop-ass, I say. That's right. Packets of whoop-ass. Wow. Did you see that there? I believe I knocked the shield out of its hand. But then it was suddenly a real shield. What does this mean? Ah, there are old ones in here. Come, old ones. Awaken. Surprise. Up. Come, Theral. Turn at the hips, you'll get more power. Sorry, we had to end that. You cannot block with a torch. That is foolish. Blocking with a torch. Who does that? Do all Bosmer do this? Block with torches? have an idea. How about you carry this mighty armor?
Still here.
How about that? Okay. Oh. You are such a good sport. Thank you.
Lead on.
Now, Thero, we have spent much time together. I feel like if you spoke, we could finish each other's sentences. That's how well we know one another. Why do I need the plate? I don't. Naturally, that means you and I should be together in other ways. Intimate ways, you see. This doesn't make you uncomfortable, does it? Of course not. You wouldn't say if it did. I'm willing to overlook the fact that you are hideous to look upon. What say you? A quickie in the barrow? Oh, come on, I was joking. Ah, look. Chest. Come on. Piece of crap. Ah! Damn it. Curse. I do not have the best of luck with chests. Or homely elvish women.
I've got your back.
Just joking. Once again. Oh, did I miss this one? I did. Strange blades they made, yes? Look at it. It seems like it would be hard to sharpen. It is sharp, though. Look it. Come on. Trap. Ah, whoa. Same to you. Oh, that's hot. Flank him. Well done. He came from down here.
Oh,
All right. Do your thing, girl. Well done. I must admit, I do enjoy fighting the old ones. It is as if they come back from the dead, so I can punish them again for their treachery. Perhaps they were not punished enough the first time around. If they were at all. Take him. Take him, Thero. Take your shot. There you go. Well done. It's hard. Come, let's explore this room. Something's going on in here. What of this door? Have you need of linen? Clearly, it was just a linen closet.
I'm right behind you.
What is with this door? Look for secret openings. Oh, it is locked. Come. There is gold lying around everywhere. That system seems to work. I defend, you strike. It reminds me of the scorpion. Eesh. This looks ugly. Okay, looking. Where is the trigger? Do you see it? Oh, there it is. Okay, listen, I can see it. I want you to
You go on
wait
ahead.
here. Yes, just wait. I can do this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Ah, look at this. A warrior. I like it. Okay, hang on. Going around. Careful, careful. Ah, ha, ha. Success, woman. Hang on.
We heading out?
Yes. I got the
Let's
loot.
get going.
Yes. Let's see what else these betrayers have to offer. These are empty. Okay. Which way? Hang on. This way? Or this way? Did we go in here already? Obviously not. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the warrior, Johnny. Welcome, Johnny. Okay. So tell me, seriously, Does this helmet not look dashing? Really, sophisticated even. I like the shape of it. It's not round and stupid looking, like a typical Nord helmet. Wait, do you hear it? Oh, hello. Aha! All right, Thero. It is time for us to advance. Ooh, look at that mess in there. Take Emerald, yes. Well, why? I feel like something bad will happen, do you not? Look at it. It's just sitting there. How about this? Oh, look at that. That's obvious. But this is tricky.
right behind
Spikes,
you.
poison, darts, what is it, flames? Okay, hang on. Watch yourself now. See? Okay, spears. Where
I've
did they
got
come
your
from?
back.
Oh, they came from in there. Don't look then. Don't look in there. All right. Watch this. Yes. Well, come here. Well, there we go. Well done, everyone. Now. And go. That is very crafty, see. You've got this. Thero, you've got this. Well done. Okay, ready? Now. Go to the bow, please. I like the bow better. Then we can do the scorpion formation. Oh, yes. That's what I'm going to call it. Scorpion formation. You suppose this guy is going to come to life? Probably. Oh, look at that. I take the big one.
You won't get the best.
Well done. All right. Gold. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Are you ready? Carefully now. Avoid the traps. Pin this guy in the corner. It's tough. Okay. Careful. Haha! On the shield, bitch! Oh. My axe arm is getting tired. This is a lot of chopping. All right. What is all this talk of ships? I do not understand. One for you, one for you. What? Okay. It is time to heal because I am battered. Let's just cut to the chase, shall we? 2 of those. Little stamina would be great. Little resist cold would be nice as well. That's right, Feral. Get angry. It is the barbarian way to get angry. Watch out for the traps. Oh, too late. Someone fell on the traps. Oh, gods. All right. What do I have? Resist nothing. I must consume another potion. Hang on. I need a moment. Just a moment. Ugh. Oh shit. There's no kidding moments here. Sorry, Feral. Had to be done. Sorry. Oh, I missed. Oh!
Kill you if I have to.
No, you don't. He was setting up for a shout, the bastard. I recognize that look anywhere. She's going after him. Do you see him? He ran this way. There he is. Come, little baby man. He is dead. Done. Scorpion, see? It works. It just works, woman. Scorpion. Okay. Well. Ah. I do love keys. Keys solve problems. Typically. What is this? Ooh. Healing potions. I need those. Okay. Anyone else? You? Ah, perfect. Exactly what I needed when I needed it. Just in time healing. I do like it. Look at this. It looks as though some idiot researcher was here recently. Yes. Scholars. More linen. Perhaps we should go into the linen business. There is plenty of it. I I am most curious. Hang on. Let me check. Oh, there is a chest. Ah. And it is filled with crap. Hang on, I'm coming back. Oh, hello. All right, let's be serious now. Oh, I know what those are. Can I knock it off with a shout? Aha. Come. Boost! Ah, come on. A fruit isn't enough. Ah, I see. Well, I will try it. All right. So, how does this work exactly? No, I'm just kidding. Of course, I had to hunt as a child. Okay. Oh. What else do I have? Ooh, I have 3 of these. I haven't shot since I was 13. Give me a break. There we go. Thurl. Thurl, what are you doing? Come on. Ugh. Come, there is glory to be had. You will miss it. Wait. Did we go in a big circle? Ah, yes. We did. Look it. Okay, I recognize this. Come, back this way. There is more. I can feel it. There is more, right? There has to be. These priests, they like to hide themselves. Yes, they like to hide themselves in big chambers filled with the dead bodies of their minions and life. That is where they hide their riches. What's this? Okay. All right, come on. Let us continue. There must be some trick. Some trickery. Right? There has to be. It is cunning design. We have been through this way. We know this is a loop. So let us head back this way and see what, if anything, has changed. Ah, look. Ah, please. Okay. Ah, key. Oh. Well. It looks as if we're going to have to swim. All right. Let us see. All right. I hope you are not modest, woman. All right, we're going to F5 right here. Now, let's go for it. Ah, this is freezing. Where did you come from? Well, we showed them, did we not? Is there anything up here? Did these creatures actually kill the spider? Apparently. That surprises me. They are big rats. Right. Okay. Swimming again. Here we go. Ugh. I am freezing. All right. It looks like we are safe for now. We can change. What have you got? Poison everywhere there is poison. The Exodus. I take it. I don't know what it is. I take it. No. Look, an ancient shit bucket. If you need to go, I will look the other way. I understand. Okay, what is this? Poisons, they smell foul. All right. So, let's do a quick inventory. We're going to go to wielding. And back to the armor. Okay. I do rather like the way the ancient Nord helm looks with this. Right. Fear not, friends. I am your leader. Up. What lies here? Ah. Barrow, could use some help. These old ones are tough. No. No! Damn it. I attempted to activate my shout and nothing happened. Ah, he was standing in pretty good there for a second. All right. Shield. Let's try that again. Let me double check here. Ah. That would be why. Did not have it equipped. All right. Scorpion formation.
That your best?
All right. I have flanked him.
Just a scrap.
It's a slugfest. No. All right. Are you okay? Now, when you see that, when you see their face bunch up and their shoulders arch back as if they are about to barf, that's when you know the shout is coming. That is what I do as well.
I'm right behind you.
Just before I shout, I have the sensation of barfing. Vomit. This vomit of power. Nothing. Look at all the bodies. All right, it's getting serious now. Scorpion formation. I love when I have an opportunity as a player to set up my followers for a kill. Nothing. What is this? Nothing. Nothing. What? Whether I can do that by bashing or shouting, I find it satisfying. All right, this room could get nuts. This was a feast hall, obviously. These dragon priests disturb me, Pharaoh. Does a man just wake up one morning craving limitless power? And to think they all did it together doesn't make sense to me. Dragon priests of Atmora. They were leaders. Good teamwork. Ah, come on. Ah, finally. Ooh, look at that shield. How does that measure up to what we've been using? Oh, not even close. Not even close. We must search the old ones. These are smaller. Pharaoh.
Still here.
They killed their own children. What drives a people to this madness, killing your own children? It makes no sense. Surely that can't be what happened here. Ah! Get him. Put him down. Well done. I must keep this. I must keep this so I can understand what happened here. This too I will keep. These dragon priests. Full of greed and lust for power. jade. All right, let's resist some shock, do some regeneration. Okay, potion of health, that's going to increase our health. And we're going to do some vigorous healing. See if we can't... had to blast my way through there as fast as I could. No choice. A claw. Feral. Where did she go? Oh, I took him out. He took me out at the same time. Feral, I have seen a vision. A vision of the future that shows me how this is set up and where to go. Can you imagine that? All right, let's do it again. It was so much fun the first time. Bring it. The scorpion stings, does it not? Ooh, it is empty. Where did I look in it? All right. Sprint and kill. Try. Short work. All right. In my vision, I took this and kept it. And this. And this. I searched the old ones, and I took their gold as well. But in my vision, I later encountered a magic spell, which this will be useful in foiling. This I could not get open in my vision. I remember it made me angry. Now it is open. And it had a crappy shield in it. I remember this too. This up here, there was someone who annoyed me. Was it you? Probably. You annoy Feral too. All right. That is our escape in case we need it. Ah, this is the guy right here. Come, old one. Put them in my shield. My shield awaits you. Ah, this letter. I took that as well. Someone must read these to me. Can you read, Feral? I never asked you. over here was a book. Taking the book. And this jade skull. Fascinating. Jade skull. Okay. Ready? We'll save here. Okay. Now, behind that pillar. Now I am in trouble. I am in big trouble. Okay. Potion of the healer. No, I do not need that. I need... Health is increased by 60 points. That is a lot. Vigorous healing. Vigorous healing. Anything else? Resist the cold. And there was a claw here. Now. Missed. In there. I need burned books. Okay, now. I've been stabbed. Feral, I do not see traps. Why is that? Why am I blind to traps? Alright, let's see if we got anything we can disenchant. And no. That is big fat no. However, we gave a bunch of stuff to Feral.
Still here.
So, let's have a look in her backpack. There was some gear here. That's a possibility. No, we've got this enchantment already. Seething. Slow burning. We'll check these.
Lead on.
All right. Slow burning.
Still here.
That. Boots of Fate. Use that also. This is good.
Still here.
All right. Let us give back to you. What else? Whatever we got here. I'm going to give her that. Stupid Vanguard helmet keeps popping up. Seething. Sword o' Destiny. Okay.
Lead on.
Very good. All right. On we go. That shout was inconsequential, Old One. He had a nice ring on his bony, desiccated finger. Now, it belongs to Eitestock. Ah, look it. Behold, Thero. All right. Now, let us have a look at this claw. It is made of glass. Glass. It is the fox totem, the owl totem, and the snake. The fox predicts Eitestock's victory. All right.
I've got a bad feeling.
Oh, me too. No, you don't. Victory is a harsh mistress. All right. Only took one shot there. Okay. Yes, as I was saying, victory. We are going to go back to the Death Dealer Wolf Pelt, which will give us some fire protection. Now, tactically, I made a bit of an error there in not staying on him. I should have stuck to him like glue, but I gave him some room and he backed off and he did some spell work and that was all bad. So we got to stay on him. Oh, it's a flame cloak. That flame cloak is killing me. Okay. Resist fire. That'll help us in the future, but not right now. Okay. Boy. Plentiful healing. Plentiful healing. Burn up those stamina. Let's see. Skirmisher, that doesn't help me because that's light armor. Berserker doesn't help me because that's two-handed. Disease, alteration, light feet, Berserker, no. I need stuff like Night potions because that's heavy armor. You know what I'm saying? All right. At this point, it's going to have to be about trying to stay mobile. Nope, that's not enough. This is going to be tough. Strategies. Let us see what else we have at our disposal. Strategies. Well, methinks... Unrelenting Force is probably still my best bet. I mean, I could try the Phantom Decoy, and we can see if perhaps some of these other Draugr will go to it instead. I don't know.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
I know. And I know why you do. I do not see any decoy of any sort. Okay, let's back it off. Unrelenting Force. All right. Okay, now let's take this opportunity to goose the stamina here. Resist fire. Okay. Now we got to see what sort of situation is going on up here. Did you take him out with arrows? Feral. You did. How impressed am I? I will tell you how impressed I am.
Still here.
I honor you, Theral. You have done well.
I'm right behind you.
You are impressive. Look at what you've done. We'll take this and his staff.
I'm right behind you.
This mask belongs to you, and you shall have it. Well, that was actually really great. While we were down here fighting the Draugr, she was up here running around taking that guy out with arrows. That was fantastic. That is a strategy I'll have to keep in mind in the future, but that worked out amazing. The fact that she actually went around those Draugr, she let me handle them. And then she got up in here where she had plenty of room to operate. Regote is dead at the hands of Theral. And I am impressed.
I'm right behind you.
Never again will I complain about you saying that.
Still here.
What do you say? Should we go give the man his mask?
Still here.
The research I've done seems to indicate that Scorn...
By Ismir, you won't leave here alive!
Come. You can do better than that. Pop.
True lords never back down!
Useless. Very well. We shall feast on the man's food. How does that sound? Ah. Flower.
I've got your back. Still here.
All right, let's take a look in her backpack for a second. See what all is in here. Okay, she's got that armor. She's got some dragon bones, I think.
You lead, I'll follow.
Not a big collector of the dragon bones, but we're keeping a few on hand, just in case. I know, tired. Sleep there. Come. Just been a long day, woman. We are not near any kind of civilization, are we? No. There is some sort of tower over there. No, I said I did not want to go to Riften, but I am tired now. There's the road. Come, let's find the road. This way.
Still here.
All right, so we are going to head over to Riften. I'm going to take care of a couple of things in Riften. Then I believe we are going to be calling it a night. Much was accomplished in these adventures. We did a favor for Robard Graves, which helped to ensure that he was going to help us out with infiltration of the embassy. Look. This is fortuitous.
I've got your back.
Gonna take that pelt. And we'll field dress it.
I've got your back. Still here.
So we've accomplished quite a bit. We got the deal going with Robard, so we've upheld our end of the bargain. We defeated a dragon priest. We defeated another dragon. Got another notch on our belt where the dragons are concerned, which is great. And again, that was another dragon that was killed by this duo, which is cool. I think to this point, Idastog has killed one dragon by himself, completely solo, as far as I know. But the most satisfying ones are the dragon hunts with Theral. I think they're actually a good team tactically. I really like that. I mean, when a dragon lands in front of Idastog, he trashes it. But it's Theral that brings it down, so I just like that idea that while she's working on bringing the thing down, he's attracting the dragon's aggression and he's defending them both from its breath weapon, which seems like a good combination. So it'll be kind of fun, I think, to explore that concept a little bit more in the future as both of these characters go up in level and Idastog acquires more shouts and abilities and all of that good stuff. And I gotta be honest with you, I am super pleased with how this helmet looks with this outfit. So, yeah. There we go.
I've got your back.
I assume you guys are talking about she likes the view of the stuff that's in his rucksack hanging over his shoulder there.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters
That's
or
what I'm
something
assuming.
in Fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Buying and selling fine jewelry here.
All right. We take the wolf pelt created by Theral. Does her kill? We turn it to leather. Leather strips.
Beautiful baubles and gleaming gemstones over here.
Which shall it be? Left or right?
Yes?
Tell you what,
Still here.
don't move.
Jewelry with legendary
All right.
Argonian craftsmanship.
Give me this. And that. And that.
Let's get going then.
Let us see what you have going here. Ah,
Rare trinkets, the finest out of
I
these
see.
Take my advice.
I say right.
Don't listen to that talk of the face sculptor down in the racket flagon.
Come to see Balaman perform miracles with steel, eh?
Beautiful baubles and gleaming gemstones over here.
I'm right behind you.
Exotic ingredients, hot and raw.
Jewelry with legendary Argonian craftsmanship.
Very good. All right. Honored Theral, a gift For you. You have earned it.
You lead, I'll follow.
Turn around, woman. I'm trying to look.
Rare trick.
Oh,
Started
yes.
from Morrowind.
It is done.
Buying and selling fine jewelry here. Skyrim.
Tell you what.
I've got your back.
Let's sell some of that crap so you don't have to carry it around. Well, not that crap. I kind of like that crap. This, and this, and this. Not that. This. Wielding. Not that. We'll keep those. This and that. New weapons. Yes, not that. Those we sell. That we sell. Not that. This we sell. What say you?
You lead, I'll follow.
Good.
Speak.
My husband, Bercy, will be the death of me. He spends too much time worrying about Riften and not enough about himself.
Where is your fool husband?
I've got your back.
Bercy! Son of a bitch. Is he closing?
I've got your back.
You.
If you're looking for anything to sell for a fair price, I run the pawned brawn over by the market.
Come to see Balaman perform miracles with steel, eh? Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? If
Never
you need
done
any
an
more
honest
smithing,
day's work in your
come see
life
me
for all
again.
that coin you're carrying, eh, lad?
Get
I
lost.
can take a hint, lad. You want to make some coin? Come find me.
Get lost. Annoying man.
Buying and selling fine jewelry here.
Learn a library's worth of knowledge in moments, or grow back that missing limb with my genuine
Let's get out of this cesspool.
My food is the best in all of Skyrim. Always as fresh as the day it was collected. All meat guaranteed, clean and free.
I've got your back.
Welcome to Riften, home of the thief's kin.
I'm right behind you.
Just for everyone's gratification. Dearest Therill uses Theril's custom bow. Not a hunting bow, but a custom bow.
Let's get going. Oh.
Crafted for a true hero and huntress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this evening. I want to thank you all for your continued support and for watching Barbarian. I appreciate your support of the channel and for supporting me not just now, but for 6 years. Thank you so much for that. If you'd like to fling some support my way, you can do that by going to patreon.charactercrusade.com. I have also put up some new events in the events calendar. These are live streams, at least 6 more coming up. You can go to events.charactercrusade.com and you can see all the upcoming streams. Thank you all very much, and good night.